Morning, guys. Hope everyone's having a good early afternoon. Not much change from Friday's session. Still holding our low. Literally no change from where we thought buyers would be. Still finding those dip buys into our 020 on NQ and getting a secondary lift over 100s. This is exactly where we were bouncing from Friday's session from our bottom fix range. So really just trading within our ETH low and our ETH high. Not incredibly bullish for expansion on the day until we see a break of ETH high and then that holding as supportive. It's probably going to be another range bound day. We have the election. Um, we'll see if we can break out. RTY is leading, so as long as that's continuing to move up, there is potential in the market. So I don't want to say that it's not going to happen, but if Russell starts to lose some steam, we could see this come back down to test lows again. As of right now, though, there's no reason to consider that from a momentum perspective yet. Right, the market's mostly green, and NQ is holding where it needs to. We're just waiting to see really what happens with ES, if anything. I think ES is probably has the worst looking structure. Russell holding really well where it needs to, NQ holding really well where it needs to. ES looks by far the worst short term. But the things that are leading us right now are like construction, right? Home construction, energy, retail, energy, real estate, and then we
German
have like
economy minister
materials,
says
right?
the last
This is
few
a
days
very
were bad for
RTY,
Germany and did not strengthen the trust in the government.
a very RTY heavy push on the market today. Whereas things like the communication sector, or sorry, yeah, communications. So like all of our tech names are lagging. XLK, XLC, our financials. These are all lagging. So until they catch up, I don't expect a huge rally. I just kind of expect us to slow grind. That can change, but as of right now, that's all I see. Still within our ranges, just kind of oscillating.
German economy minister says we need to plug the gap in the budget. It is a solvable challenge.
I think if you look on this NQ chart here, it's pretty obvious what needs to happen for us to, quote unquote, look for expansion, which is we need to get back above our value area high here. Ideally, make this like 190, 200 supportive on a look above, right? Something like this, where this shows as a supportive move over our value high edge. If not, right, like this is just going to rotate back down, and we're just going to continue to balance between our value high edge and our value low edge. Gotta really show a willingness to bid out of here. Again, I'm not expecting a ton of expansion today. We do have the election this week coming up, right? So like it's would be kind of odd. But yeah, if we can start to build above outside of our value range, that'll be nice. I don't have high hopes for this week being great. We just got to get through all this news, right? We just it is what it is. I want to make sure that you guys are playing safe, sizing down a bit, playing your setups only, really working on trying to find edge in these markets and not just trading to trade. So I think one of the biggest things that a lot of people I think need to work on, especially after last week, is patience, 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 right? Like these markets are not the same. They're not what you're used to. They're not what you've been trading for, the last few months that you've been actually starting to like get it. And the sooner that you accept that not all markets are equal in movement, in speed, in the amount of great trading that is being offered, the better off you're going to be. This is a week where there's no need to blow up, right? Like, don't do that to yourself. Don't put yourself in a position where you're not ready for good markets, right? You want to be trading safe. You want to be respecting your time that you've already put in. And you don't want to be blowing up because you're getting greedy and you're getting impatient. Wait for your setups, play your setups. Don't worry about your P&L, right? You want to be trading based off of your risk parameters, and you want to be watching, you want to be playing the setup itself, not the money that you're making. It is key. Like I can't stress it enough that you don't focus on how little or how much you're making this week, and you just play what's in front of you, right? Play your setup. See if we can get the breakout on NQ.
OPEC October oil output rises by 190,000 barrels per day from September to 26.33 million barrels per day.
Hope everyone had a good weekend.
That's led by Libyan recovery.
You guys still rejecting our value edge. It looks like NQ still trying to hold a higher low, but no real willingness to push out. RTY is now flat. We've lost a little bit of momentum here. Again, I expect balance. Not really a ton to work with. Slow grind up, but balance. We can see that on our NQ candlesticks, how much of a range these 15-minute candles have with our wicks. We took out our high on this current candle, but are now retracing back down to what I would assume would be this 180. We'll see if we can hold 180 for a higher low. That would be pretty ideal for continuation up if we didn't have to do the full retrace back down to our lows at 160. 180 is where I'm going to be looking for that bid. As long as that's maintaining, then I don't expect us to have to retest lows. If we don't see a strong bid into 180 on NQ, again, we're going to be expecting us to have to rotate fully back down to retest the lows that we've bounced off of 3 times now of this range that I'm currently talking about. We can see that by our wick low here and where these sellers are getting absorbed, and then we just rotate right back up. There's not a ton of actionable trading that is occurring right now. But that 160 level is pretty important. I think that we can probably slow grind up to like 220, 230 if 160 continues to hold. New 15s opening now. Testing our 180. Immediately finding liquidity, it looks like. Again, if we don't see a continued bid to hold there, we fully expect just to have to retrace these wick lows into 160. So pretty important that we find something here in the middle of our range. Understand that POC is above us. So this is our first candle in this range where sell side has a bit heavier at the highs in the sense into the close of our candle. So we need to see a pretty clear lift over 200s for us to break the downtrend here. Back over our POC from previous candle. Or expect us to rotate back down to this 160 area. For my ES enjoyers, this is our 30-second opening range low into 760. We want to continue to see buyers showing a willingness to buy the bottom of this range, this 760 to 756. All right, I think these are solid levels for the day. With the time change, is it now like 5 in the morning for you guys when market opens in Cali? No, it's the same. Oh, okay. RTY retesting highs here. See if I can get the break. RTY momentum is what we need. Held where we needed on NQ, right? No change there. That looks fine. Gotten a break of our value high here. See if we can hold on a push above. Buyers definitely attempting into our highs. See if ES can get over our previous day value low. Start to show this red zone as supportive on a look above. Really all that we've got. We just hit target that I talked about on NQ off of a hold of 180, which is that 220, 230. We expect a bit of chop here into our 230, but if we can build out this look above, I think that we're all right. Expect this to flag into 210 on NQ, I'd say. If we can't see just a straight continuation here. Got a very nice LPN that we've created on this look above. Retesting our value edge is going to be, I think, key. Let us know if we can do something like this, right? Just looking for buyers up here. What happens if we fail to find buyers there? What are we going to be looking for? What's the opposite of the expansion play on our value edge? What happens if we find sellers instead of buyers, and we can't get this flagging to occur outside of value? Yeah, right. So if we look below, what does this mean for all these buyers that are up here? Well, they're going to be all offsides, right? Outside of our current auction on the day. So we'll be watching for a look below, and then we have to watch for a reoffer from sellers at our value edge for a rotation through our range, right? Because we have a failure to shift value. We were unable to hold the auction breakout, right? So it'll be very important to see if we can build here where these sellers previously were. Are these sellers now buyers? And do these buyers have enough to sustain outside of our current auction to show that clear shift? Because if they don't, then they'll be trapped up in our highs, and then we'll rotate back through our range, right? U15's opening now, retesting our value edge. Here's our rotation back down to our 180 off of our failure to hold the highs. Right, all we've done is trap buyers, lost all momentum on Russell and ES into our resistance here. Now just watching to see if we can find a buyer here into our 180. And if we can, then we hold the middle of the range. If this fails, then we expect a rotation for another 30 points down into our like 160 area. Amount of spam calls that I've been receiving is insane.
That's 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. The US sells $81 billion in 3-month bills. Prior high yield 4.49% and a prior bid to cover of 2.9. The US sells $72 billion in 6-month bills. Prior high yield 4.325% and a prior bid to cover of 3.25. Fed bids for 6-month bills total $5.7 billion and Fed bids for 3-month bills total $6.4 billion.
We're looking for sellers to try to shift value below 180 for the full rotation back down to 160. If they can't get below this 180 and they continue to get absorbed in the middle of our range, we should be looking for that rotation back up to 200, 210, right? Just rotating between this 180 and this 200. And then we'll look for a reoffer here, trapping buyers at a lower high, right? For a continuation down in a start of a downtrend, right? Through our range. But we want to see sell side needs to really show their hand here and start to build below where these buyers were holding us before. If we can get this rotation below and the offer starts to move down to this 180 and is defended on a retest, should get rotations again down into this area. ES is in our 30-second opening range now. Russell sideways while this is happening.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $81 billion in 3-month bills, prior high yield 4.49%, and a prior bid to cover of 2.9. The US sells $72 billion in 6-month bills, prior high yield 4.325%, and a prior bid to cover of 3.25.
So again, we're watching to see if sellers can change this to our sell side pivot in the middle of our range. We're looking for them to continue this downtrend for rotation back down to our lows. If they fail to do this, then we expect then these sellers to be trapped below this 180, and then we'll look for rotations back up into our 210. As of right now, though, sell side is trying to shift value here at our 180, 190. So as long as that's holding, we should be looking for that rotation down into our 150, 160. Just a matter if ES and RTY can find this bottom, and if NQ can build back above.
shortly expecting the results of the 3 and 6 month bill auctions.
New 15's opening now. I'm out 1 here as we rotate down from our hold of our 180, 190 into a bottom of our range here on NQ. Out 1 more now, half my position remaining. Again, just looking for this rotation, just like we have pathed. As we push down into 150, 160, it's a good area to really start to move stops down and risk off. Until we see 150 go offer, it is should be seen as where buy side liquidity is most likely. If 150 does go offer and we don't see a strong hold here, right into this low, just a bid and then a rotation back through, we should be looking for rotations down to about 120 would be my guess. If let's say this doesn't happen, we look for rotations down like this. Just gotta watch to see how we react. Again, it's the same as before with this area where we saw a shift from these buyers at 180, 190 to sellers at 190 to 180. Do we see this shift? Very clear. These buyers are now sellers. We'll be doing the same thing here where either these buyers are now sellers again, or we look below, recover these buyers, and then rotate back through. Right, but if they don't, then we'll look at this as resistance and then a rotation down, just to select this area.
Towards 38.32% of bids at high. And 6 month bill high yield at 4.26%, 4.26% with a bid to cover ratio of 3. The US sells $78 billion in 6 month bills and awards 4.32% of bids at high.
I have 1 contract remaining here as we test into our low. Again, targeting 120 if we can make this 150, 160 resistance. kind of. Yeah, I mean, I guess I am for the most part. I mean, this 120, 130 area just makes sense because this is where the big upside candle was and where we saw these sellers get caught off sides. Um, and then this is that retest and bid, this wick high, and then hold of our POC here is pretty important to me. This area just makes a lot of sense because of that. You can see that here, right? So I care about this a lot because this would be a full retrace of this big upside candle that we had. So that to me makes a lot of sense for if we're if we have an understanding that we aren't expecting a ton of expansion and we've failed at the highs, that we're just going to rotate through our range, right? Because we didn't see a shift of value. So we're going to have to come back down to where value was found last time, right? So the areas that we drew up here are just because we saw that we had an inside candle, right? We've got large volatile wicks on either side with very small closing bars, right? The range in which we actually closed is very small on these 15-minute candles, and our breakout failed at the highs. So what we've done is trap a bunch of people up into our highs, and then we don't have a lot of structure to play off of below us. So all we can do is look for where previous buyers were on this push up, and if they go off sides, right? If sellers start to take control of those levels that we used on the way up, then we should be looking for rotations back down, right? Because we shouldn't be expecting a ton of expansion on a day like today, and that I think that's pretty obvious. This is next target as we're pushing down. We got our hold of our next zone, just like we did with this 180, 190. This became our resistance here into our 160, right? Now rotating down. I'm flat here. I think that we could probably see a bit more downside, but I'm going to reposition if we get a secondary move. I need to leave my PC for a second, but I'll be right back. Again, I'm targeting this 120, 130 area for our next little area of buy-side liquidity, potentially. If this 120 goes offer, then we'll be looking for the same thing where we can look for a secondary move. We're, again, watching this is our pivot. Going to delete all of our lines just so that the chart doesn't get too messy.
North Korea's UN envoy tells the Security Council that Pyongyang will accelerate a build-up of its nuclear force to counter any threat presented by hostile nuclear weapon states.
Here, I'll screenshot this again now off a footprint from the last screenshot that I just posted. We've now done the full reversion for me into 120. That yellow line. I will be right back. All right, sorry about that. We really want to see sell side be able to make this 116 resistance. That's basically it. This is our 30-second opening range low on NQ, so this look below is super important. I risked off full because I had to walk away from my PC right here, but we have now just rotated through our 30-second opening range, and now we're looking to see if this can hold. If this can hold, then we can continue to rotate. But that's really the only thing that's left here is if we can now make our 30-second opening range resistance. Understand that the last attempt that we had down here was absorbed, and so it's going to become a little bit more volatile. If we don't see this absorption here, we should be looking for just a rotation back down to 70s. I would hopefully like to see a retest of this area before we get the full rotation, right? So that we can get a secondary move. And then if we can find this acceptance here, then we can get the continuation that we're looking for the rotation down into this 70. If these guys get trapped down in the lows, I probably won't look for a trade until we see this acceptance back above our 130, 140 for a long side position. So I'm just going to show my first trade of the day here, just so that you guys have an understanding of what I'm talking about and why I did what I did. So we talked about what happens if people get stuffed, right, caught up into the highs, and then we were looking for that rotation from 180, 190 to hold as offer for a push down. So you can see that I shorted that area, 180, 190, and built out a position here. Took off our first risks on a break of our low, and then held a runner until our 30-second opening range into 140. So just playing out the exact narration that I talked about. We then had a rotation to our 30-second opening range low, held our mid, and are now rotating down. What we're watching for again is just can we maintain below our 30-second opening range low for this full rotation back down into our 70s for a continuation move. I'm not sure if it happens or not, but I do know that this 140 level is key to break the downtrend if we are going to go back up, or we should expect that this is resistance here, this box. So that's my first trade of the day, though. Did I short 220? No, it's up on screen, Ty. This I'll just post it in chat as well. I shorted 180, 190. I didn't play the high. I played the mid move. Yeah, I mean, this up here made a lot of sense, but this was a bit clearer to me. The 180, 190 with the buyers going sellers. This looks very obvious to me. Whereas like with the move up at the highs could have really gone either way, but it was more than likely going to trap, right? Like we don't expect expansion on the day, right? It's another one of those where it's like, does it make sense to be looking for crazy amounts of expansion before news, before the elections, before everything else, or does it make more sense to be a mean reverting market? And mean reversion just checks a lot more boxes for what the potentials of what could happen. So it's just one of those. And even though we know that that's probably going to happen, I still need to find someone to play off of. Just because someone's caught off sides doesn't mean that we have to punish them, right? So I like to see that first look above, right, with the understanding that these guys could potentially be caught off sides, and then I'm going to be looking for that rotation back through our range. And once we see that sellers are serious and they're willing to hold this, and now that we've entered back within this structure, I now have a very clear target of where we're headed, right? Which is down to retest these buyers. So this gives me a really nice first initial play with a very clear risk to reward of where we're headed. Because we now have someone who's caught off sides, and I now know that this buyer is now our seller. I can see that very clearly on footprint and on our DOM. So that gives me a really nice trade to play down, and that gives me a secondary move back to our next area of interest, right, which is our 30-second opening range below. So it gives me two PTs with a very clear and small entry window with a small amount of risk. So that's why I talked about this trade rather than looking to short the highs. And now what we're doing is just trying to build below our 30-second opening range. So if this can hold, this is what I'm watching for now. Just a rotation down. I kind of got messed up because I tried to play bounces on the move down, thinking buyers would step in key areas, but definitely right in terms of looking for the mean reversion on the day before election. Yeah, so I think something that can help you with that is just that shift of are we above or below POC from the previous candle? And where are we most likely headed? Does it make sense to be looking for longs if we've broken the uptrend in which we were pushing up? And is there any clear shift where someone's been caught outside of our range? Does it make sense to look for a bounce if we failed to hold a value breakout, right? If our value edge, we've looked above, we have people trapped off sides, where are we most likely targeting? Well, like if we look back inside our value edge, right, our value high, then we're most likely going to rotate through that range again from value high to POC to value low because we've seen a failure to shift the auction. So we should be looking for downside moves and be risking off partials into POC and value low. If our value low goes resistant, then we have a more extreme downside. But until that happens, there's not really a reason to look for longs until we see a buyer that's actually justifies the idea. It's only a risk off for shorts, not really a great long opportunity itself. Got to see buyers first before we can believe in any like real upside moves. That being said, this is our target here for our next leg down on NQ as we push down into our ETH low. Yeah, it's 13 EMA on Patty. Yeah, the 70 is really important. Again, ETH low here on NQ. ES is almost down into our ADR low. Not quite, but this is an important area for NQ. I think if we don't see strong reactions at our 70 pivot and our ETH low, we'll just watch for this to go resistant, and then we'll play this down to like 210, 220. Just back down to our PVZ value low. See if we can get a reoffer here. This is ES into ADR low. So just as before, we want to see if these buyers can now flip to sell side at our pivot here. If we can see sell side interactions holding this, we should be expecting the rotation down to our 10 to 20 area below us. If we can get back above 75s and start to build at our value edge, then we'll have sell side trapped, and then we can rotate back up. But we need to see this interaction occur for any long opportunities, or it just looks like a short continuation down. So really, again, only looking for longing opportunities above like the 75.80. If we can see a clear hold, or I just expect sellers to be able to basically just flag us here. And then do something like that. So just waiting to see how it we interact here. This is, of course, our ES ADR bounce. 40 seconds until new 15s. Retesting our value edge here into our 75s on NQ. Again, we want to see this close above 75 and bid if we are going to trap these sellers. And then we want to see a strong retest, just like we have drawn here, building out this area, showing that these sellers are off sides into our value low, just like we did at our value high, right? I want to be very clear about this, because I think it's really important that we did the exact same thing at our value low edge, or sorry, at our value high edge, which is trap off sides above our value high and then rotate through, and then we rotated back down to our value low. So if we're in a balanced market, we're doing the exact opposite now at our value low edge, which is trap sellers below and then come back in and then rotate through. I hopefully that's clear. Yeah, I don't think that there's a great short here. You got to see the look below value and hold, or this is just going to be a long. If you were going to try a short, you'd have to have like a pretty tight stop, just into this like 90 to 100 area, I think. And then look for secondary moves below. Because if not, then it's just going to like build this value low edge, ETH low, and we look for buyers there. Yeah, all we're watching for is secondary reactions, because we've got what we need for with this sell, all these sellers caught off into the lows. And all we've done is come back up to our previous seller now. So it's either we shift value above this 90, or we look back below and are able to build below these guys. So it's just kind of a bit iffy here until we see what happens on this retest. This is our value edge retest where we're looking for buyers to be if they were going to maintain this, maintain these sellers offsides. This is our value low edge into 64 to 75. You look for a bid here, or we look for this to become resistance for continuation down. Again, I think that this is a pretty choppy area, but we are looking for a higher low here from buyers if we were going to support this area. So far, rejecting our value edge on the look below. It's a good sign for continuation down. See if we can get anything more. Bit worried that ES and RTY are holding where they need to, so this move is very tech heavy. Just looks so choppy with RTY and ES holding. Yeah, you've got a really nice reoffer there, Sauce, on the value edge. Good job. We don't see the clear buyers there, then it becomes a very nice reoffer. It's a pivot for a reason. I just don't really expect like dramatic moves with RTY and ES holding range. Like I think downside target is still 110, 120, but I just don't know how quickly we get there if these things just continue to rotate sideways. I don't really understand your stop you had there. Okay, well, I mean, if it was to secure profits, I guess that makes sense. But like holding us below value is like pretty makes sense for us to continue down. Right, like if we're holding below ETH low and our value low, then we're just kind of looking for that this last rotation down into 110, 120. It is what it is. I mean, securing is what matters. Yeah, to me, it's more the failure of the look back in and then the hold of our value edge is the more important point, right? Because if we don't see secondary buyers step in to defend our value low edge as supportive on a look back in, then all we've done is trap people in trap buyers, right? And then we'll look for secondary sellers up back below. So like this area becomes vital because we now have the same thing happen again, which is just we've trapped and then we're rotating back through and then offering the same area again, but this time with now buyers offsides at a lower high. The amount of people who keep calling me is insane. But again, like I think this area is really iffy because ES and RTY are just holding. So these moves are like really dependent on tech right now to just have a very clear one-sided directional bias. And if, like Russell was just sideways. So to me, I think this area is more of like a no touch zone until we see the market start moving again together. Of course, you can like scalp local levels on NQ because there's very clear like buyers and sellers, but for like the longer holds, I just don't really see a play here if we don't have everything moving together. It seems like NQ can just make like a bit more volatile, choppy areas that are a bit more springy. Well, we wait for Russell to figure out if it can break downtrend, and then like as soon as Russell actually finds a bid, we're going to go in the opposite direction on NQ very quickly. And you can get chopped up or stopped out over and over again on NQ, not being patient, waiting for the market to just move together as a whole. So like if you don't have that your edge of like what was working for us earlier, then it might be better to just sit on hands waiting for the market to break out of structure across the board. At least that's how I view it. It's like if I can't figure out why what's happening is happening, it's like, okay, well, you can either wait for someone to be identified as offsides and then play the secondary move, or we can wait for full market confluence and then play that move. You have really those two options. Yeah, there's not really much here until we can break over 90. Just our ETH flow edge here into 66.75. Just expect sellers to be here. If we can push above, then we look for rotation to 90. If this continues to hold, we look for weakness on Russell into top of our range here into 35.6. And for ES to maintain our downtrend, same levels. Right, like this is where we want to see if sell side as a whole is going to maintain our pivots, right? So now we have all of these potentially moving together into our pivots. If something breaks here, then we have a larger shift at play. My dog is so antsy right now. I don't know what's going on. What's the over under of Mario coming on at 130 today? I feel like pretty high. Later, club. I want to be clear, like the last trade I took was that short and close. I haven't taken anything else since. Until I see something that I'm confident in, like that you don't need to trade it. I really, you got to hammer that into your skull this week specifically. Like it is a news week. We have Russell holding, we have ES holding. Like even though NQ got a little bit of a dip lower, like we don't have the market in sync anymore, and so a potential low might be coming in, right? And so with that, we expect kind of a volatile chop area until we have a clear understanding of which way the market wants to go from this point. This is ES retesting our ETH low. ES was able to hold our ADR low on the day and then go for continuation. This is our target here on NQ into 90s. It's a very important level for buyers to be able to build above. This is ES testing our value edge here. Pretty important that we're able to build above this for anything higher. Just watching this edge. I'd like to see something like this occur for anything more, where we have our look above our ETH low. We're able to recover this. get a bit of a flagging action here and then push. If we can't, then we should look for a rotation back down to 34s. Yeah, I mean, as soon as you see that 50s is holding as supportive again on the look above, you can look to try to play it into 90s. I think that's acceptable, but uh, I think like the catalyst is RTY pushing up with it for that to be an acceptable trade. Again, like as soon as the market's moving in sync, that's when you have a bit more edge. Just because we know that the price action's a bit more volatile in NQ, so you want to have some sort of like secondary variable to let you know. We're watching Russell now trying to recover our AVWAP here and our pivot at 38s. ES is trying to recover our value edge here at 40s. And if as long as 90s are holding on NQ, there's room back up to like 116, 120. So far holding POC from new 15-minute candle. This is just our 30-second opening range. There's not a lot here. RTY back to POC. This is our POC shift. We expect sell side to be sitting here. This is our top of range. So looking for a bit of a pullback here. And then let's see if we can get a continuation to occur. ES did what it needed to, which is hold above our pivot. I'm now looking for this to become supportive for a rotation up to 750 if we can hold this edge. If we can do that, then we should get one more leg up. But until then, this is just a reversion back to our very clear 120, 130 pivot on NQ with Russell losing momentum. So just, again, looking for pullbacks now. And if we can get pullbacks and then rotations up, then we should get continuation across the board. Same thing for ES here into our value edge. We're looking for this move to occur. And NQ should find a bounce point somewhere in here if everything else can do the same. But watching for RTY to find this higher low for a clear full market participation. It's going to be very hard to want to long NQ into this range. This is sell side now until we can see a very clear hold over 140. There's our hold of our value edge on ES and rotation up to our 750. Lower high on RTY so far, but still just flagging it out. We need to see pretty clear acceptance above 750 on ES for continuation, or we expect a range between 740 and 750 in a 10-point range while we wait for the rest of the market to figure out what it wants to do. NQ is in our 30-second opening range mid to high. We're looking for this to be able to become supportive at this 127 to 140 area. So for any continuation here, we want to see a flag be able to build, a look above, and then acceptance above for continuation higher. I really want to just point out this is just a reversion back to our 15-minute VWAP again, right? So there's no clear signs that this is anything more than just a reversion to our 15-minute VWAP as of right now. We're not looking for any sort of crazy expansion. It's just we got too far away. We rotated down to our lows. We then caught someone off sides, and now we're reverting back to our seller, right? Across the board, just POCs. So we need to see very clear acceptance back above previous pivots for us to then continue going back up. I think 140 on NQ really defines that well, with this being our day open. It was just a primo excuse to sleep in an extra hour, Surf. Primo. You don't get that kind of excuse every you know. It's what we call an A plus setup to sleep in an extra hour, you know? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Hello, everybody.
Yo, what's up, man?
Not much. Not much. I'll be very surprised if we get continued movement in the afternoon here.
Yeah, I've been basically telling them that I just kind of expect balance today. There's no real reason to expect anything else. Just doesn't make sense.
Nope.
So far in the day, we looked above value high on NQ, and then we looked below value high on NQ, and we've just reverted back to VWAP on both extremes, crapping both sides. Man said pity.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Reserve.
It's all right. She does everything else.
That's actually true.
If I had to choose between
bids
primary
for the
breadwinner or
spot
coffee
$100.
maker, I'd choose the first.
I get coffee and I like it. We'll just leave it at that.
Maybe you could ask your second wife, sir. Split responsibilities, you know? I have so many bots in my YouTube chat right now. It's insane.
So many bots.
And they're all talking about LRHC.
Oh. Okay.
LRHC setting high profitability goals. Anyone else watching closely? All signs point to breakout. LRHC is heating up. Excited about LRHC's growth story. They're one to keep an eye on. All right. One's got some bags, it sounds like. Got their botnet working extra hard.
Yes, coming into Friday's low here. We have some Globex structure as well. The Globex value low towards 55.56.
So in 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $58 billion in 3-year notes. The prior bid cover was 2.45 and the prior high yield was 3.878%. So the Treasury yields, though off session lows, remain significantly lower on the day, as this week's early starting auction cycle begins with this $58 billion 3-year sale. The quarterly refunding also includes a $42 billion 10-year sale and a $25 billion 30-year new issue on Tuesday and Wednesday. Those yields surged on Friday last week as traders reckoned with the potential for this week's US presidential election and Thursday's Fed meeting to reprice the markets.
Reprice the market.
So, making a note of the latest CFTC positioning data, which shows that speculators were net short 1.7 million 5-year note futures, the nearest comparable note, a near record amount and a possible source of covering demand at this auction. In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $58 billion in 3-year notes. The prior bid to cover was 2.45, and the prior high yield was 3.878%.
I watched a ton of that From show this weekend, Mario.
Oh, what do you think?
Um, it's okay. It's good. I wouldn't compare it to Lost.
How far into it are you?
I caught up. I caught up to season 3.
Okay, that's when so like the first season, for me, it was kind of just, I didn't really like watch it. It was kind of just in the background. I thought season 3 is when I got losty.
Yeah, I mean, I understand where you're coming from without saying any spoilers on mic,
Yeah.
but I feel like it's definitely a mystery, and it feels a lot more like a American Horror Story or whatever that show is,
Sure. Yeah, yeah,
more
yeah.
than Lost, just because like they're definitely focusing more on like the jump scare and thriller aspect more than like what's the mystery here, because like it's very clear like there's like with Lost, it was like something's happening. Like we need to figure it out. What this is like more of an acceptance of like
Yes.
of fiction, I guess is the better way to put it. Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's still good.
There's like the big thing that was losty for me was like there's like a scene in season 3 where try to do this without spoilers, where like one of the girl characters like was like kind of leaves,
Yes, that's
and
exactly what I think.
I was like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
like this feels like Lost.
Yeah, I definitely. That's where I was like, oh, okay, yeah, like this is straight from. I feel my biggest problem with them is that they don't do a lot of enough callbacks to previous uh things that happen on the show. Like there isn't enough, like something will happen for like 2 or 3 episodes and then we won't see that thing happen again for ever. Or like it's so hard to talk about this. That's like there'll be like this thing that's like super important for the story for the next 4 episodes, and then
Yeah.
like that thing will never be important again until like
Yes.
it's just like okay.
Yeah, it's weird because they're like developed characters and then they're just like gone.
Yeah, they're just like
We're
actually gone.
shortly expecting the results
With
of the
I think
3-year
Lost
note
did
sale.
way better of a
The
job
pre-sale win issued yield comes
making
out
it
now at the top of the
cohesive
hour. The
for
auction
all
results will
characters.
follow after this. So just a quick recap then, the prior high yield was 4.878%. The high yield average for the last 6 auctions has been 4.132%. Again, Treasury win issued at the top of the hour. Auction results expected a couple of minutes after this.
I think Victor's great. I think they did a really great job with Victor, making him kind of creepy at first, and then like you realize his story, and then he grows on you quite a bit. Um, Same thing for Jade. I think like his character is pretty good, but I don't think that they developed him enough. Like a lot of the times,
Treasury when issued
yeah, I don't know.
4.143% before the $58 billion auction.
Yeah, I think Victor by far has the best character development, and everyone else still feels very side character. In comparison to like Lost, where like every character's backstory was like so built out. Whereas like a lot of our main characters still, like we don't know anything about, like at all, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I do agree with that, where it's like 3 seasons in, you should have a pretty good like baseline of like like what the characters are, but it feels like almost 3 seasons was like 1 season.
Yes. Yes, for sure. Like if you go back and like look at like what we knew in season 1 and Lost, like we had like a really good understanding of like who Sawyer was as a character, who Jack was, who Kate was, like who Huey was, like or Hugo, like they were so developed out personality wise. And I don't care what they do, they're never gonna make me like that kid, that the jerk, the with the buzz cut. Like they're trying to like make him a good character now, but like I just like the dude's an asshole. Like, I don't know why they're trying to make him like a likable guy.
2.6 high yield 4.152%, 4.152%. The US sells $58 billion in 3-year notes and awards 26.45% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 19.75%, direct 9.62%, and indirect 70.62%.
Do you remember the first time like you heard the smoke monster in Lost, and like how many callbacks we've had to that of like what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
Like the amount of tension that built. I thought whatever manipulated the tent was gonna be that for them, and then like it just never came back.
Yeah. Or even like in Lost when they like find the other people versus like when the bus shows up.
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
like
yeah.
very different. Like the principle was the same, but it was very very different. Like how it was presented and the impact of it even.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, I'm gonna keep watching it. I just like
US Treasury 3-year
it's
yield compares
definitely
losses after 3-year
B
note
tier
adoption
compared to
last down 2
Lost being
basis
A
points to
tier. If I had to like rank them
2.159%.
in the sense of like development.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
So we've lost all momentum with Russell coming up into our POC shift at 43.9 and is now rotating down. NQ came up to our 15-minute VWAP and immediately rejected. Now testing our 30-second opening range edge here at 116. I don't see a great trading opportunity yet, but we'll see if sellers can push us back below for the same setup as last time we were here. If we look back, we re-offered this 110, 120 area and then rotated back down. So I'll be looking for something similar again if we don't find a buyer. Just going to be watching this edge to see if we get something like this, right? A continuation, a rotation down. Until then, right, it's just the low of our range right now. We need to see Russell find a low for buyers to start to relieve this little sell that we're doing. If not, then we will just come back down. Yeah, it was a great reoffer. Watching 90s. This is ES retesting ETH low and Russell coming back down into where our previous bid was. So expect a bit of relief here, and then we'll look to see if we get a secondary move. Great job, Sauce. Watching our ES edge test here. So we retest value. We've got a seller sitting at this like 106, 110 area on NQ. This is our edge, a test on ES. Got a slight bounce on RTY where we thought we would. And same thing on NQ, of course, at our 90. Now just watching to see what happens here, if this seller is able to hold or if we need to do a steeper retrace. So far off, we're holding where we thought, 106. See what happens. Need Russell to find resistance again.
4.5 minutes here until new 15s.
ES retesting our value edge. Let's see if we can hold on this look above. Or if we trap.
What a lift back up on ES. I guess and NQ.
Yeah, on the value hold. Back up to VWAP. Really want to see a 140 area hold now on NQ if we're gonna get continuation. Needs to look above and like actually close over for me to have any sort of bullish care in the world. Thirty seconds on 15-minute candles.
shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
Buyers are really attempting to hold this edge now on NQ, just like we were looking for. See if we can get some continuation.
$57 counterparties take $171.885 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Myers still trying to flag this thing at 40 on NQ. ES still holding VWAP and POC are, yeah, just VWAP here on ES. Trying to get back into our 30-second opening range above us at 756 to 760. RTY sideways. No movement. LPN above us. Just want to see 40s continue to hold and a look into 60s on NQ. Need to show that 60 to 70 as supportive for any more upside. Our push into our 60 to 70. This would be your first risk off if you did trade off of the 40 edge on NQ. And Russell still looks fine. Just need to see if we can get over this pivot or not.
Little underlying check in with these moves. Apple did come over value high, it's testing it supportive. Nvidia structure is literally just NQ. It did have higher lows, versus where NQ was closer to an equal low, still higher low. Off our low of day, but a little Microsoft bid. A lot of things are trading like low in terms of value range on underlines, except for Apple.
40 seconds until new 15s. Seller's really trying to slam this thing down here. I think you still need to get below 120 for an actual catalyst for downside. 120 an offer, but they're definitely being trying to build some momentum here, sell side below 140.
That was since I just talked about it, Nvidia rejected value high again, and Apple just traded back under value high. That move.
Who do you think Vermin Supreme would pick as his VP?
Probably his hat. Surely, right?
Hmm.
It's like a package deal. It's like if I go down, my hat takes over. Hyundai dealership. Oh, brother. Think Vermin's a Hyundai guy? I feel like that's kind of a bit of a stretch.
another rotation between 40 and 60. Again, I don't think there's a great shorting opportunity until we see offer step below 120 and hold. Things still look fine. Russell holding higher lows. ES just kind of trapped here between 50 and 60. Again, our 30-second opening range is at 56 to 60. There's no really great breakout bull trade for ES until we can show a supportive hold above our opening range. Can't even get above day open. Don't expect much until we see it.
$20 here until new 15s. ES and Q train back towards top of range.
So the US State Department says we now assess that as many as 10,000 have made their way to Kursk.
Yeah, I mean, if we build below 160, then it should just revert back down to that 140. That is true. Debating if I just call it here. it's always felt wrong to like McDonald's nuggets. Like there's clearly something so off about them.
They're good.
There's like the air
Oh.
pocket in between is just like really weird. Like a little
I don't
too
know.
airy.
If I told people in here, but a couple weeks ago I tried the chicken and Big Mac for science, and man, is it bad.
Oh,
Holy cows, it's bad.
rib meat with Big Mac sauce.
It's bad. Well, okay, so I actually like the like McDonald's chicken sandwich, like their spicy one or whatever. Like the piece of meat seems like okay, but they did like the McChicken patties on the chicken Big Mac. It is just not. It's not it. That's what I'm talking about, Camille. I don't know if you're in voice. Yes. Bro, it was not good. It was one of the worst things I've had in a while.
Understandable.
I was excited for that and to try the what the Wendy's is doing their Krabby Patty now with the SpongeBob sponsor. But now I'm scared to try the Krabby Patty. Yeah, right. For a chicken sandwich, it's not horrible. Nvidia, Apple here looking overvalue high. And QES obviously just a little peak over range. Tesla bottom of range. Microsoft VWAP.
We're up 100 points from the hold of that 6070 from earlier. I don't know if anyone's still in runners from this pivot hold, but I'm not too sure what happens from here. I have no clue. I've got 5 MNQ left. Just kind of debating what to do.
If we can look up and over, there's good structure on NQ NES. Like that, there's a pretty defined node, but question is if.
I think I just take 2 off here and then just leave this as a runner, stop below 120. Just don't touch it. Yep. What I'm doing. Watching our 160 offer, see if we're gonna fill LVN if it can't hold here. For that rotation to 140, like we talked about earlier, if 160 offer holds. I mean, it's not much of a trade yet. It's like 10 points, not even. Just ES back to halfway back and view up, and Russell back to our pivot. Built half of the LVN on NQ, reoffering 60s now. See if they hold it. I just want this election out of the way so we can make trading great again, you know?
It is. Look at that. He did the thing. I do think once we get through this week, we'll have a couple weeks of pretty decent movement through into Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm. And then Thanksgiving, all hope's lost, and then after that we can get back to it.
We'll have like another couple good weeks until we get end of year window dressing, which will be good trading, but it'll just be more selective. I think like most of the election outcome pressures are probably going to be felt into the new year after the initial volatility.
Yeah, I mean you'll get some panic with if Harris wins for the potential the tax
There'll
unrealized.
be a rotation either way.
Yeah.
'Cause, like, yeah, with the Harris you have the tax implications, and with Trump you have the tariff implications.
Yep.
So
Yep.
it's like, do we rotate into or out of like U.S. names to foreign name kind of thing?
Four seconds until new 15s. I'm out half here into 145, just with the new 15s, expecting a bit of volatility. A little low of our last 15-minute candle on NQ, retesting our 70 offer. ES now testing into our mid of our 30-second range, and our wick high from the previous attempt to break. Russell trying to find a break of this downtrend as well. Big tests across the board. See if we can build over 170 for continuation up, or if we find sellers sitting here again, just like last time. There's nothing more annoying than a CAPTCHA not working, a CAPTCHA validation. When it's like clearly the right code that you're typing in and they just like so annoyed.
I love it's like find the bridge, and it's like there are maybe no bridges. What is going on here?
Like, what do I do? Oh my god. No, I mean this CAPTCHA is like obvious what it says. It's just not working, even when I refresh it. Like the box just doesn't work. Trying to pay my electricity bill right now. Like what? What? Oh my god.
Yikes. Big yikes.
According to Axios, the US and Saudi Arabia discussing possible security agreement that wouldn't involve a broader deal with Israel.
Lower low here, RTY. In terms of through the auction, just into our last look down. Wick.
Libyan National Oil Corporation says Libya's oil production is 1.5 million barrels per day.
$20 until new 15s. Back to our 140, 30-second opening range high on NQ. Russell leading us down here. Just again, waiting to see if we can break below 120 or if this is just going to rotate between 140 and 115 right now. Again, this is our 30-second opening range on NQ. This is ADR on RTY. A bit more room for downside on ES if we can't get back over 750. Should rotate down to 745 to our value low edge.
NYMEX diesel December futures settle at $2.28 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline December futures settle at $2.01 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude December futures settle at $71.47 a barrel. That's up $1.98 or 2.85%. And NYMEX natural gas December futures settle at $2.78.
What's up, Julian? Immediate bounce off our 30-second opening range mid and our VWAP on NQ and rotation back up. Watching for Russell to lose momentum for any sort of more downside pressure. You'd want to see it probably here into our halfway back area into 36 or 35.5. Right, just we're watching to see if RTY loses any momentum in this area. We want to see sellers step in to continue this downtrend and then rotate us below. If we don't see this, just expect this to rotate right back up to 38.8. Ooh, I gotta take this call real quick. It's the electricity.
Potential for another set of lower highs here. ESNQ, RTY just halfway back. ESNQ traded close top of range of previous auction, more towards mid. Still 7 minutes on these 15s, so plenty of time. But we would want to see bids come in here and then come into our highs. If lower highs hold here, I would not be surprised if we get another test back to the lows. Minute left till new 15s. RTY back value low. ESNQ hanging out in these halfways. ESPOC.
So in 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the RBNZ publishes their financial stability report. The Pentagon says they cannot corroborate reports that North Korean troops are engaged in combat in Russia's Kursk. So again, the Pentagon cannot corroborate those reports. Now seeing Brent crude futures settle at $75.80 a barrel, which is up $1.98 or 2.71% on the session. The US sees North Korean troops in Russia rising to about 12,000. This is according to Pentagon spokesperson Major General Pat Ryder.
Nvidia holding bottom of range. Apple once again looking over value high. ESNQ still in these kind of like halfway spots. RTY slight lower low. Bottom of range. Little divergence there.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the RBNZ publishes their financial stability report.
2.5 minutes here until final hours. ESNQ ranges being maintained. So eyes on RTY.
The RBNZ to release their financial stability report. So again, that's 1 minute for the RBNZ financial stability report.
Jesus, that was a headache. I'm back.
Sounds like it. Well, you didn't miss anything.
Yeah, I see that.
RTY still weak, but everything else is just auctioning.
Is it just me or is this price action dried up for the day? Yeah, I mean it's gonna be hard, man. You got elections, you got FOMC, you got all the crap. It's just like the market's dead. Market's dead. New 15's opening here in a second though. Did I get stopped out of my runners? Did I? No, I still have 3 MNQ open from 069, but my stop's at 18. I should probably lower it, to be honest. I probably get stopped out on the next rotation if we can't get back over 40. For any more downside for me, I need to see Russell below this. We did the first slag where we rejected here, just like we pathed out, but now just oscillating.
Ratings say developed Europe growth challenges are back in focus as inflation recedes.
I'm guessing if we can't get back over 140, then we head down to 110.
Remains resilient amidst economic downturn.
Just for the rotation of our 30-second opening range, but that's about it, trade-wise.
RBNZ say risks to New Zealand's financial system remain contained.
Don't know what happens from here.
RBNZ says debt servicing costs are nearing their peak and beginning to decline, with advertised mortgage rates falling over the past 6 months.
Yeah.
RBNZ add that domestic economic challenges remain.
But it's the same as always for me, whereas like if RTY is just going to continue to rotate here and we don't see a
RBNZ
break at the
says many
lows.
households and businesses are feeling financial pressure, and rising unemployment is posing challenges to some borrowers.
I expect this to just kind of rotate the 30-second opening range, but
RBNZ
not get
adds
much
that
more.
banks anticipate a slight increase in non-performing loans, albeit still below levels seen in the previous recessions.
I want full market downtrend for the break if we were going to get that for a larger move.
RBNZ says the strength of our financial system means that we are able to weather economic uncertainties and challenges.
Here's your quote of the day from Twitter. Am I just gonna feel exhausted for the rest of my life, or do I ever get like rid of my remaining symptoms from having COVID? Like, what's the deal? Like, this is just my personality now is just tired. Like, what is this?
I identify as tired. Tired. Those are my pronouns.
Yep.
Sleepy tired.
Oh boy.
Wall Street Journal report that Musk gave $2 million to Senator Cruz's re-election bid.
Yikes. That's all I have to say on that one. Mm-hmm. Is there anything you guys want to talk about today after market? specifically for class?
Last week we focused on, what was it? Dictating, like trading 2 targets in a more balanced market instead of like off of a target, or it's like more uncertain.
Yeah.
Kind of just like a follow through from other classes, but
Or anything you guys want to talk about now? Seeing as we're slow. Give me something to do so I don't fall asleep.
oh, Ty, I saw your DM over the weekend, by the way. I will respond to you.
Zombie degen trance. I'd have to see. Yeah, I don't know why you were trading. Last Friday you were like speaking in riddles, bud. I remember. Why are you trading while sick? That's like rule number 1. Foggy brain, don't trade. Why do you guys think I just dipped for 2 weeks? Like, I'm not touching the market if I'm sick. I'm definitely not going to like try to like be on and narrate if I like don't trust myself, right? You don't trade in a not fully functioning state. So I don't know. That seems like the best answer to your question. Was it the micro range that was killing you, or your inhibition? You know, to not recognize it. Yeah, that's what it seems like. But honestly, like the trading's just not been great, right? Like it's the trades are far in between. Uh, like you just got to be really patient and hold runners and wait for our setups, and everything else is absolute noise. There's been like 3 good rotations today from this morning. Other than that, I think it's been like there's been a couple like decent micro scalps for like 20, 30 points. But most of it's been pretty garbage. And I don't find these slower markets very I know like a lot of you think that slower markets are helpful. And like that's why you'll talk about like, oh, I'll trade Globex to get a better feel for price action. But like slower markets are just gonna screw you over when you're new. Because you're just gonna get stopped out, you're just gonna create indecision, you're gonna buy the wrong side, and then it's gonna rotate up. Like it's just we want speed, we want clear acceleration, clear buyers and sellers, clear everything. We want liquidity. Yeah, man. Exhausted. Have been. And ever since it, I feel like my brain's at like 60% capacity. It's really weird. Like I just feel off. Like it's definitely like seasonal depression as well, part of it, but like being sick for a month straight didn't help. You know what I mean? Like just it's just off. Like I don't have as much motivation to do shit. Very sluggish. Yeah, it's probably gonna be like 458. That's all. It's so depressing, man. We get off like we stop trading and it's dark outside. This is your full rotation from our rejection of 40s and our rotation down into 115 that we talked about. From here, we just figure out if sell side's going to be able to give us a continuation or not. This is ES into our value area low and our push down into our 30-second opening range low on NQ. Why do we pay Darian?
That's a good question. I ask myself that a lot.
Obi's brother is gonna trigger him. Holy. See what happens here. ES bottom of range, right? NQ now testing that 115, 110 that I just talked about. It's got to either find a bid here or we're just going to rotate down to our value low. My general idea is we just rotate down to value low, but we'll see. ES still pushing down, RTY flat. I think if you were in a short, you should be only in runners at this point, waiting for a secondary leg. And you're targeting here. There's a pretty solid chance that if we don't see the seller hold here, that we have to rotate to fill this LVN first and then look for a move like this. Which is why I said you should just be in runners, because it's going to be very volatile here. Has potential. And the reason why I say like that relief is kind of to be expected is you've got ES value low edge, Russell back down to bottom of range. So it's like, unless a seller really aggressively steps in on ES and RTY, we're just going to get another smaller oscillation from the lows. So it's always like beneficial to look for those areas where like potential relief could occur. And we can see that here with our edge low where we bounced last time. Like liquidity, some liquidity should be found here. So that should trigger small rotations up at least. Doesn't mean it has to break out, but we should expect at least a bit of a bounce. And then it's like, okay, well, if that's going to happen, what should we be looking for in NQ? Where was the last seller? Okay, well, the last seller was here. So we've got this node edge that we can look into. So we can watch for this relief bounce to come back up into this node edge, and then we want to see a secondary move like this after that's done, with an ES and RTY respecting our downtrend, right? Because if that doesn't happen, then we get our bounce, and then these rotate up, then we shouldn't expect this to continue to sell off. I'm just like going through my thought process because I think that seeing stuff like this can give you like a what if scenario to walk yourself through of like, should I stay in this trade? Does it make sense to leave a runner? Where should I be expecting to take off some profits, etc. So this is where I'd expect offer to be sitting, if anywhere, on NQ, now that we're back into our node edge. You want to see weakness on ES and RTY with it if we were going to get another leg down. And you want to see this break below 115, that bottom range for confirmation, or we're just going to be able to hold the higher lows with these, right? So we expect sell side to be sitting here. We're looking for a push below and then a hold of this for the rotation down to our value low. If we continue to just build here, then it's going to be just a choppy trade. So this would be your first risk off if you did short off of the 130 test, just like we have pathed into our bottom here of our 30-second opening range. We need to see the look below this for a continuation down. ES and RTY also found that resistance right at our downtrend break like we thought, and it's just a quick scalp, right? For any continuation, we gotta see that leg down below and then reoffer. Need to see the shift of value or expect more of the same. Yeah, you want to try, but if we see a bid step over, you want to be out of the way pretty quickly. So I'd give yourself like, I don't know, 5 points of risk from 140. Because if we don't, then it's just going to be. You have to remember that, like, if we see a look above in any interest over this, we've got these guys trapped off sides, right? We can see that on our footprint as well. So you want to be very careful if we break above VWAP with this, because you can get a better move with punishing this side. So like, yes, you should definitely be looking for the offer to be sticking there in this 130 to 140 area. But we want to be aware that if bids step in above POC, right, in our day open on NQ, that there is a potential catalyst from the lows that we can trigger for some acceleration. So if your idea is to, for example, like look for a seller here into this high, you want to be aware that the opposite is just as much true. So instead of looking to get your full position here, you could be potentially looking for a secondary move, right? Where like we know that this is where we want to put risk on and we want to play a secondary offer, right? A lower high, a break of these higher lows before we actually get in our full size for a downside move. Right? So it's like, oh, okay, like I like this 140 area for a short, but maybe I need to be looking for a look above, trap a buyer, and then a secondary seller to step in before I actually feel comfortable to take this position, understanding that this is our range and I want to see someone get stuffed or absorbed into the high of this range, and then I want to see a secondary seller step in for that push down. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yes, POC, NQ, VWAP area. Yes, this is VWAP area as well, and Friday low.
Yeah, exactly, Royce, right? Because like you have to remember what happened at the lows, right? We want the exact opposite or the reverse of what just happened, which is we want someone trapped in the highs, right? Creating an excess. We then want to see a lower high be put in, just like we did here, where we had someone get trapped at the lows and then we had a higher low. We want to see the exact opposite, which is I can actually do this. Let me see if I can. Can I reverse this? Yeah. Right, so we trap someone and then we rotate through. So the exact opposite of what we just saw. Do you see what I mean though? But 5 points of risk from 140, play it down. Now this is where we want to see a secondary seller step in below, and then you rotate back down to the bottom. Just trapping offside. What's up, club?
So we push back down into the bottom here from our top of range into our POC, our PVZ POC, and at 137, 140 area on NQ. This 116 is your first risk off if you are playing that rotation down. Need to see pressure below this for anything more. Right, we want to see this buyer become offsides. We want to see a flip to this being our sell side offer. And then we would look for target our value low here into 2100. New 15's opening now.
Final half hours as well.
ES retesting value low. Russell halfway through our oscillation, right in the middle. We're watching the offer try to step down here at our 116. Buyers so far absorbing. Yeah, that's definitely target 2 is just value low flush. And hopefully that walkthrough helped. Again, I really want to highlight just like understanding where your pivots are on your other indices to allow you to kind of get better signals of like, where is pressure going to come from? Where can we expect relief? When can we respect a loss of momentum, right? If we can identify like a very clear range like we are in on RTY and very clear range that we are in on ES, right? We can look for that loss of momentum on NQ as well, looking for someone to get off sides, right? So if we know that this is our pivot on ES and RTY, where can we expect to look for someone to get kind of shit on, right, at the highs on NQ? Well, we look for someone to get pushed up, a look above, and then a reoffer as we push into our top of our ranges or our top of our oscillations on NQ and RTY. We can see that that trigger happened at the same place on all three, giving us a really good first sign of being like, oh yeah, there's probably going to be some initial weakness here, right? And then we just limit our stop with a 5 point of risk, right? Like just like I said, and then we look for that secondary move and that rotation down where this becomes target 1 and this becomes our target 2. And all of a sudden we now have a trade plan with a catalyst that will actually give us the move that we are expecting instead of just hope. Right? You have a market in sync. And there's right into target here, into our value low and our LPN on NQ. Yeah, definitely Clubhouse, and you can see that we actually have the same thing with our anchored VWAP here. This is our anchored VWAP cloud off of PVZ. This gray box. Let me turn off drawings so you can accurately see. So we have PVZ also letting us know that we're in a trending down market for our current period. And if we hold this, we should head down to our PVC target, which is here at our value low, which is this green box. We got our stacked sell signal into our PVC cloud, right at our 140 short target. And then it's a push right down into our value low. And we should be looking to risk off some as Russell comes back down into the bottom of its range as well, because this is still in an oscillation, right? So we should expect, again, another bit of relief here as we come down into our lows, unless we can see a break of this structure. So it's just an area to move your stops down and understand that we might see a bit more relief again. But we should expect with this rotation that NQ will still be able to kind of hold the lower auction.
This is bottom of range Apple, value low, Nvidia, Tesla, lower low. Primary NQ structure here.
Yeah. I expect this to get a bit of a bounce here on RTY, and then we need to reoffer this LVN that we just traded through on NQ. And if we can do that, then we should rotate down to ETH low. Russell retesting now, pushing into that VWAP. This is target 3 for the short from 40s. ETH low.
basically full retrace on NQ here, testing back into primary structure. A 109, kind of your big structure retest that is not a node in terms of like sideways structure. ES value low here.
Really important retests. See if NQ can hold that value edge. Yes, retesting value and rejecting so far. Russell back up the top of range here into 35.6 where we rejected last time. We're watching to see if the liquidity off of that little squeeze that we just saw is present here for a secondary move from buyers. If they can hold here in our LVN, right, we can then get a push up to 120. If they fail here, then we'll have buyers caught off sides again. So it's got to see it pretty quick. A minute 30 until 15's close.
If buyers are successful here, I'd want ES back into that like 50, 52, probably like 120 NQ.
I'm out 1 here on NQ from our bid. Just on break a high. Fifteen's closing in 5 seconds. Was the 98 region just off footprint? No, it's just our volume structure. We've got this LVN here, right? And it was our resistance on the first look, and then it became our bid on the second look on the look above. So just using this zone as a kind of an area, an auction pivot between this lower distribution and this upper distribution. Russell's still trying to find a bottom here at our halfway back. We'll see if we'll get it. I think that's like the only thing that gives us actually a catalyst for continuation, or it's just going to chop some like volatility with MOC. Yeah. Going to be hard for ES to do much until Russell gets that bid. Yes, definitely. Yeah, the LVN low is still holding. Two minutes until MOC. Not a huge fan of where we are for either direction, to be honest. It's like actually in the middle. Pretty iffy. Just be careful.
So 1 minute remaining now till we get the market on close imbalance. So we're looking out to the market on close imbalance. The S&P 500 a sell side of 1.1 billion, Nasdaq 100 a sell side of 1 billion, Dow 30 a sell side of 635 million, Mag 7 stocks a sell side of 510 million.
If this 90-95 area holds off or expect to move down to 75 into close at least, need to get back over that and recover for buyers, or expect sell side to be here at this pivot.
This bid is trying to hold here at 40.
Five and a half minutes left, guys. Make sure if you are trading, it's smaller leverage. Don't get back all your profits in the last 5 minutes of the day. I am flat. I need a nap.
It's about that time.
Ooh, there might be another chance to see the aurora again soon. Some major solar storms are coming soon.
Yippee.
Man, that was so cool. Actually, hopefully.
Out here, it was like you could not see it with your eyes, but like if you took a picture, you could see it.
Oh, yeah.
This is kind of lame.
Oh,
For it to be like that. You know what
yeah.
I mean?
Needed the long exposure.
Mm-hmm. There's too much light pollution.
Peloton stock is double upgraded as new CEO helps swing Bank of America to bullish. They were the most bearish on Peloton out of all of the analysts. Interesting. Looks like POC is just shifting here into close, and that'll be that. RTY POC shifted and Q POC shifted here. We've got class in like 30 minutes, guys. That's the close, though. If you want to join us, make your way down to the class voice channel, and we'll see you then.